staging of the Prosecco DOC UK round. Round 8 of 12 is the last action before the summer break, so be sure to tune in then. In the meanwhile, it's time to take you through the race results and the championship standings. 7 rounds of 12 completed in 2026. So far, only one winner. And it is Nicolo Bolliger, this time victorious by 5 seconds after his 6-second win yesterday. Has been a demoralising weekend. You could see that on the face of Icalequona on the rostrum there. 3 third places for Jari Montella, a little bit of good fortune for the third of them after the crash for Axel Bassani. Miguel Oliveira out, a lot of riders hitting problems. Baldassari comes home for a single point, but was stopped out at the circuit midway through the race as well. And then Alvaro Bautista, he was unlucky in a 3 abreast situation, squeezed out with a crash early on. So the Riders' Championship, Jari Montella opens a gap of 14 points to Alex Rose, 22 points to Sam Lowe, so another 10 gains in that race, with Sam restricted to just 10th position and Montella in 3rd. Alberto Sora now makes his way up into the top 10 in the championship, never out of the top 7 places this weekend, and Gareth Furlong starting all 3 races from the back of the grid. He now drops down to 11th overall. Manufacturers' Championship, Ducati leading the motor by 242 points. They will have their first opportunity to be world champions for 2026 next time out at Donington Park, but it is just a matter of time. So, 3 weekends off now before we leave mainland Europe for the first time since February, heading to Great Britain for the 2026 Prosecco DOC UK round. Join us then. partner now. Another 3 back to Axel Bassani. Jari Montella coming back at Bassani in the 3rd sector of that previous lap. So again, the margin is back to half a second. Then a second to that scrap between Alex Lowe's. Alberto Sura still a second behind him, not making any progress as yet. As Miguel Oliveira, well, we did see him slowing up after running off the circuit last time around, and he's slowed up again now. This is going to be terminal for him. And the weekend, but obviously it's been a tough one physically for Miguel Oliveira. Looks like it's going to finish with a non-score here in race 2.
Yeah, but it's been good to see Miguel back out on track, and he's ridden well and shows that there's a lot of potential between him and the BMW package.
Yeah, 8th and a 6th in the 2 races thus far. It does look like being a non-scorer here in race 2, and the positions being somewhat settled by attrition. Worth mentioning that Sam Lowe's, we saw him a couple of moments ago, he's now up to 12th place. Chapter, Bridewell, Gerloff, Ratto, all still running, and Manzi, Baldassari, Vickers, they're all riders who've hit problems earlier on in the race at the back of the field. So some points to be gained here for Sam.
Yeah, and just you can see that form just doesn't look confident on the bike, and obviously after those 2 crashes, it's going to be tough to bounce back from it, but this just looks like it's a race where you're trying to come away with a top 10 finish with a bit of attrition in front of you.
Yeah, a little bit like the end of the weekend in Most, where he failed to score in the first 2 races and took 12th place for 4 points in race 2 at the end of the weekend. We're in a very similar scenario here, not least because Jari Montella is closing on Axel Bassani and does have the chance to make it 3 podiums out of 3 this weekend.
Yeah, and for Jari, obviously, he's got that confidence, he's got the tail up. Doesn't want to give Bassani the chance of nabbing a home podium, but Axel's riding really well, still lapping in the 33s, and only a few tenths of a second slower than everyone in front of him. So Axel this weekend has been as good as we've seen from him since Phillip Island.
If Bassani gets on the podium, I'm claiming it for me, because I made such a fuss over the 10 Ducati podium lockout from the start of the programme. Again, the gap's oscillating, isn't it? Because there are sectors where Bassani makes up a couple of tenths over Montella, and then the 3rd sector, Montella seems to make quite a lot of ground on Bassani.
Yeah, and there's just that margin has sort of stayed around the half-second gap, and for Bassani, see there, just that big slide through turn 12, but that's going to give Montella an edge through this section and then flows up even further. So the pressure's on Axel Bassani, and it's a long way to go with 2 turns of the race still remaining.
Yeah, there it is again. Another 2 tenths of a second in that 3rd sector. It's each lap around through there that Montella gains a little bit on Bassani, even though Bassani elsewhere in the lap stretches it out slightly. It's enough that Montella closes gradually with each passing lap. We're into lap 9 now, 2.8 between Bulliger and Lecuona, only 3 tenths between Bassani and Jari Montella. And good work from Alex Lowe's last time around, a new personal best, still in the 1:33s. In fact, he was faster even than Bulliger last time around. Less than a second now from Jari Montella.
Yeah, and just trying to dig in as well as he can. Obviously, technical issue in this morning's race, and that's what robbed him of the chance of coming away with top 5 finishes in all 3 races this weekend. But you might well be viewing it that maybe there's a little bit more than just top 5 on offer.
Yeah, particularly if Bassani holds back Montella for long enough while Lowe's is at the current pace. That gap is now down to less than a second as Alex Lowe's kicks on from P5. Just in the background of your shot, you can see that Alberto Sura still ahead of Taz McKenzie. There's only 3 tenths of a second between them.
A little bit of dust there as well for the riders to come through, but obviously at this stage of the race, the groups start to stretch out a little bit, and for Axel Bassani trying to make sure that you're still hit your markers. The next couple of corners, that's where we saw him have that big slide last time around. Let's see if it's something similar again on this lap, because Montella is very good through Carbone, and well, Bassani's taking the route out towards the grandstands there, but able to hold on to that momentum. He'll obviously have that as a mark against his boot, but that's where Montella just gains the confidence knowing that Bassani just doesn't have the bike in those couple of corners.
Unfortunately for Alex Lowe's, 3 tenths of a second loss for him in the 3rd sector, so he must have made a mistake just when he had the opportunity, because Bassani is now going to be able to hold up Jari Montella as they sit in 3rd and 4th places. The gap opens back up to 1.4. That might be a critical error from Alex Lowe's last time around.
Yeah, and that's where ultimately you can't really afford to give up that ground and lose half a second. So the time that he gained that previous lap has been well back.
It does go to show what the Bimota can do in clear air, doesn't it, with track position over the independent Ducati.
Yeah, the Bimota's a really good package, and one of those situations where if you left it where we just had a 21-lap time trial, you'd fancy their chance of being able to fight against the independent bikes, but ultimately when you're in the race, track position matters. Forget
about time trial, we'll just do a full reverse grid for the rest of the season and see what happens from there.
They're still going to be puts in the back a lot of times, but the amount of times you've seen the Bimotas up there inside the top 6. But had a chance to reopen the gap in the first half of the lap, but those mistakes through Corvone and into turn 12, that really does prove costly as the race progresses.
And Bassani can't afford Montella within 2/10 of him exiting Tremonto, because that's going to be Montella straight through.
This is going to be interesting riding on board. You can see how much curve that Montella uses on the entry to the corner. And on this lap at least, Bassani a little bit tidier through 11 and 12. Gets the bike back into the right-hander then for 13, 14, then the slow corner. You can see that Axel's a lot tidier there than Montella was, but Montella's still able to carry the momentum through there.
So Alex Lowe's a 1:34.8 last time around. That's why he dropped off the back of Montella, who'd put in a 1:34.2 on lap number 9. We'll see what the times are like at the end of this one. Alex Lowe's has had his last 2 laps where he has exceeded track limits at turn 11, so he's going to have to be careful of that one. Faster than Montella by a fraction last time around, which is all he can do at this stage of the race. But the stewards will be watching for exiting the track at running wide at turn 11.
Yeah, and certainly for Lowe's something where he'll have to consider it, but you've still got to give yourself the opportunities to push on, because he's got 2 seconds in hand over Taz McKenzie behind him, and he'll try to make sure that in the second half of this race he can just manage that gap. But Montella's closer to Bassani than he has been over the last few laps.
Yep, again though, losing a 1/10 of a second in the opening sector of this lap 11, and that is where the motor is performing well in the first half a lap. But as I said previously, if Montella can get the gap down, exiting turn 10 to less than 2/10 of a second up from P5, born in Rimini, 3-time race winner here in Moto E, and enjoying an outstanding home round. 6th place yesterday, his best on the D34G Ducati. He'll be targeting a top 5 here at the same outright pace as the likes of Onchu and Zaccone in race 1, but had started well behind them, whereas he lines up ahead of both of them here.
Yeah, and really important for Cascade to be able to give himself a chance to look back at the podium, and he can do that. And with Ducati, the bike is more than capable of being able to challenge.
Philip Ertel crashed out at turn 4 from 6th place on lap 2 of race 1, so Motika Salvage was placed on the second row of the grid for race 2 here. Now 45 points back from the medal rankings, and over the 4 latest rounds he's been outscored by both Ducatis of Zaccone and Ferrari behind.
There's those 2 podiums this season for Philip, and more often than not he's fighting for getting into the top 5 rather than, as he would expect, to be a podium contender week in, week out. And certainly that's what Ducati and the team are expecting. They've been able to win championships with Mulligan and Huertas in recent years.
Third row of the grid for Alessandro Zaccone, Aldi Mahendra and Chan Onchu. And as you can see, Zaccone lining up here from P7, only out of the points in 1 race all season. Zaccone, he's up to 6th in the standings, only 14 points behind Philip Ertel for 5th overall. Race 1 winner at Motorland Aragon, top 6 finisher in 4 of the last 5. Rounds, and ultimately had the same pace as Onchu on the podium yesterday. He made a mistake on that pace and couldn't recover from there.
Yeah, but for Zaccone, it's been a really good season, and he's been able to adapt well to that Ducati and the surroundings of the Altea team.
Aldi Mahendra scored more points so far in 2026 than he did in the whole of his rookie Supersport season. 4th in race 2 of the Czech round, 5th in race 2 of the Aragon round, both times less than a second from the first dry weather podium. This weekend's been more taxing so far, only 12th in race 1, but he'd have to start from P16.
And that's been an issue for Mahendra at times this season. We had patterns where the most recent 2 rounds, Boston, Aragon, he'd been on the 3rd row of the grid. Can't afford to qualify down the field, but recovered well at times in the Ascot race, but had to start the last 12 days.
Chan Onchu, podium finisher yesterday thanks to his consistency and robust defence of 3rd place. But the fact he was slower than those around him is reflected in the 9th fastest lap, and that's his grid position here. Race 2 winner here last season. He'll have to find a couple of 10ths per lap to be a contender in this one.
Yeah, and it means that you have to make a fast start. The good thing for him is the Yamaha traditionally the quick spike off the line in the Supersport race.
Yeah, not quite so sharp away though yesterday in race 1, were they?
No, it changed this weekend with maps available to the bikes and the balancing rules. It has hurt Yamaha a little bit for taking away that strength that they had off the line.
Go forward and Ferrari, Ollie Bonus and Filippo Farioli, Ferrari Misano specialist here in Moto E. Didn't get to see much of him yesterday, crashed as early as lap 2 at turn 4 in race 1 from 5th. His first retirement to the campaign, ending his run of 9 consecutive scoring outings and dropping him to 7th in the championship.
Crash with Philip Ertel, and Ertel wasn't impressed at the end of that one, but ultimately for Ferrari, no penalties, and he'll start from the 4th row.
Ollie Bayliss, 7th place, his best result to date in Misano, his 4th top 10 finishes in 5 races, so significant improvement compared to the start of the European season, and had top 4 pace. Just couldn't go with teammate Tom Booth-Amos, couldn't clear Mattia Casadei.
Yeah, we bumped into Ollie as we were leaving the track yesterday, and he was really disappointed with his performance, and it's good to be able to see that progress for Bayliss, that ultimately if you come away with 7th in a race, you're able to be disappointed. Shows the progress that they've made in recent rounds.
Filippo Farioli, 2 top 10 finishes in Loft, his best results of 2026 so far, but managed 8 top 10 finishes on the MV Augusta last year. Crashed out at turn 14 yesterday, having started 11th on the grid, remounted to complete 13 laps, but could only set the 12th fastest lap, and that's where he starts here.
Yeah, and for Farioli, he has been able to do a decent job this year, making a step forward, switching onto that BFT Racing Yamaha.
3 minutes until the warm-up lap gets underway with 18 laps ahead of us in a Supersport. Remember, Alberto Rennes leads the World Championship by 38 points over Valentin Debise, 60 over Jaume Masia, and 73 over Chan On-Chu, who only start from 9th position here. The other 3 championship contenders all up on the front 2 rows of the grid. We're just making our way a little bit further back through row 4. We've seen Ferrari, Bayliss and Farioli. Row number 5, Jespersen, Caricasulo and Garcia. Simon Jespersen, who suffered a crash in warm-up this morning, brought out the red flags, but escaped with bruising after that one. He's been a top 10 finisher in 4 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, Simon's been able to do a decent job for EAB this year and given them that steady pair of hands that they've needed.
Federico Caricasulo, 9th in race 1 yesterday, matching his best results of this season so far. Also 9th place finish in race 1 of the Portuguese round. Gone way to bounce back after failing to score in Aragon last time out. But a tough comparison with his teammate Valentin Debise, of course, who's managed to notch up those 6 wins in 2026. While Caricasulo's just been scratching around on the fringes of the top 10. Let's see what he can do here from the 5th row, I should say, starting from P14. This is Roberto Garcia. He'll be starting from P15. Of course, made his Supersport debut here in Misano last June and was an immediate impression. Had a 6th place from 20th on the grid. Not quite so far back this time around. He'll be starting from 15th place. Came through for P10. A relatively modest finish in race 1 yesterday afternoon, considering he's had podium pace at the 4 previous rounds, albeit not podium finishes. 26 points for 2 4th places in Aragon, his best so far. Making our way to the front of the grid then, Valentin Debise, 2nd in the standings, lines up pole ahead of championship leader Alberto Rennes, 2nd, and Jaume Masia, 3rd on points, starting P4. Valentin Debise was already 38 points behind the championship leader after his non-score at the season opener in Phillip Island. After his latest victory yesterday, he is again exactly 38 points behind. 11 races still to go in the 2026 World Championship, and in the last 11 races, Alberto Rennes and Valentin Debise, the top 2 in the standings, have scored exactly 188 points each. So, even though the Frenchman has now been victorious at 6 different circuits, with 8 wins in 10 rounds, including the final 3 of last year, Debise needs to find even more. Race 2 of the 2026 Pirelli Emilia-Romagna round with Alex Brady and Steve English. And Steve Arenas has averaged 17 points per race this season, so at that rate, only winning the next 5 in a row for Debise would give him the championship lead for the first time. Arenas, only off the podium once in the last 5 rounds, is still on course for the title.
Yeah, Debise, the key thing for him is that we know that he's able to rack off a lot of wins. He's been able to do that with that ZX motor machine, and for Valentin, he needs to make sure that he avoids non-scores, he avoids tough weekends. Obviously, Aragon was a very difficult weekend. Look at the ZX, just didn't work around that track. One of the key things for that bike is just that in these hot conditions, are you able to get it cooled well enough? It's got obviously a very tightly packaged fairing, and that's something that has been a discussion point in the Supersport paddock for that bike with a potential weakness. We're here at 34 degrees here in Misano, and it's very hot and difficult conditions out there. We saw in yesterday's race, Debise was able to make it work. He needs to do the same again today.
Yep, he already managed the double in Portimao, the double in Marst. Race 2 at Balaton Park after his race 1 victory eluded him, but 2 doubles already to his name this season, looking for 3rd, because the reality is Alberto Arenas 3 second places in a row, so when De Vries does go and win the races, very often it's only going to be good enough to pull back 5 or 9 points with Arenas usually on the podium.
Yeah, and that's the big challenge, and Arenas is a rider that knows how to win championships. We saw that in the Moto3 championship, and so often we see riders that move from Moto3 into the Moto2 class and maybe don't have that same level of success in Moto2 that would have been expected of them, and then they're able to come here and have that release and be confident again, win races and be able to challenge week in, week out. And I think it's fair to say Arenas has been able to do that. He's the latest in that line of riders.
Yeah, and to have a consistently performing package, because the AS Racing team doing a great job with that Yamaha.
And that's really important as well, because that's the team that ran the MV Augusta in recent years. They had to switch to a very different package for this season, and they've done without this division.
Yeah, we do have 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 places. The Yamaha of Arenas leading the ZX motor of Valentin De Vries by 38 points. Jaume Masia on the Ducati sits 3rd overall and 60 points back, and then it's Chan On-Chu with already 73 points in arrears. And he and Masia, the biggest margins they've been behind the championship leader all season long. It really is now or never for both of those riders, and particularly from On-Chu, starting from the outside of the 3rd row of the grid. He needs to be on the podium again here. Arenas slotting into position then, middle of the front row of the grid, triumphant Tom Buthemos, the spoiler on the outsides. Top 3 in the championship there in the top 4 places. Race 2 of the 2026 Pirelli Emilia-Romagna round gets underway. Great start from Aldi Mahendra on the Yamaha, firing his way through, challenging for 3rd position going in towards turn 1. He's done it through on Tom Buthemos and Jaume Masia. And watch for a 3 abreast situation on the exit of turn 2. That's Farioli bundling his way past. On-Chu's made a good start too, so the Yamaha's getting their more traditional getaway that we've generally seen in 2026. And On-Chu now immediately onto the tail of Tom Buthemos and challenging for 5th place. So it's Arenas who leads, De Vries in 2nd, Mahendra right with him in 3rd, Masia in 4th position, Buthemos in 5th, and then On-Chu and Farioli, the fast starters there, as Mahendra attacks Valentin De Vries, trying to make it an AS Racing Yamaha 1-2 as early as turn 8, Laquencha on lap number 1.
And Aldi Mahendra once again able to show the progress that he's made this year for that switch of teams, and just looks so much more comfortable on a Super Sport bike, able to show the flair that we saw the won him a Super Sport 300 World Championship.
Yeah, looked like someone had gone a little bit out of shape making their way through Laquencha, and it bunched up the pack, and Philip Erpel's lost a lot of positions in the early stages. He's now down to 11th position as De Vries. We saw it often yesterday through Curvone, trying to make his manoeuvres there. Mahendra out over the curb, On-Chu even further as they all follow one another wider and wider, practically like a NASCAR race there as they abuse the track limits in towards turn 14. As Masia again on terms with Tom Buthemos. We saw the 2 of them through the final turn, a little bit too close for comfort in race 1 yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, we saw for Jaume that he had a crash where he was lucky not to take out Tom Buthemos as well, and if there was more contact with Buthemos, would have led to a penalty for sure for Masia. As it was only Jaume that lost out the points yesterday, but he's got a lot of ground to make up in this race.
This is working out swimmingly for Alberto Arenas, isn't it? Aldi Mahendra's got enough pace to hold back the train, while Arenas gets the gas on and accelerates away. 8/10 of a second the margin from 1st to 2nd, and he's got a bit of a rear gunner here in his teammate Mahendra in P2.
And you can see there through turn 3, Mahendra not having to use as much track as the Valentin De Vries bike, the ZX Moto, and just able to keep himself in the right place. And as you said, Alex, that allows his teammate to just keep opening up that little bit of a margin.
Mahendra with a fast first sector in this lap number 2, but will De Vries be close enough to answer back into Laquencha? No, he slides his way deep on the entrance, but will gather it up now and carry his momentum. He'll be thinking about Curvone, where we've seen he and the ZX Moto have had so much speed already this weekend. He's practically tripping over Aldi Mahendra as they work their way through Tremonto, turns 9 and 10.
Yeah, he's tripping over him because there's different lines between turns 8, 9 and 10. You can be wide at the entry or tight on the entry, and you're able to still carry speed through it. So those different lines mean that you've got different strengths in the bike that you're able to utilise.
Well, he's not breaking away from Aldi Mahendra on this lap 2 so far. But DeBees will be keen to be clear of him as quickly as possible. A bit of a fly in the ointment here as Aldi Mahendra sweeps across the path of DeBees to cover the inside line through turn 14. Muthemos frustrated behind them as well. Then it's Onshu. Masia in 6th. Ferrari Casadei rounding out your top 8s. So we see Valentin DeBees sitting up in 3rd position. End of lap number 2. So Ferrari there in 7th place. So first flying lap times coming in. Mahendra actually making back a tenth of a second there on Alberto Arenas. Gets the gap down to just below 7 tenths of a second between your top 2. DeBees in 3rd, Muthemos in 4th. Onshu, Masia, Ferrari all covered by less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, the key thing for Aldi was in the second half of the lap, he was able to open up a little bit of a gap over the riders behind him. So 1 second faster than DeBees at the end of that lap. And we'll see if Anthony is able to come back towards him. Obviously, still very early going in this race, but for DeBees, certainly where he'll be thinking, I can't afford to let Arenas open this gap.
Good to see this, though, from Aldi Mahendra chasing off after his championship-leading teammates. And Mahendra was so close to podium finishes with a 4th on day 2 in Master, 6th and a 5th, in fact, in Aragon a fortnight ago. The poor Superpole, as was especially the case last season at the start of the first 3 rounds of this year whilst riding with that injury, just a little bit too much of a challenge for him in race 1, but a better grid position, an even better start, and now Mahendra looks at ease in the podium places.
And Aldi's a really good rider. We saw that in the 300 class. Sometimes it takes a bit of time to be able to adapt to racing in the super sport class. I think Aldi's a good example of that, but the speed's there, the talent's there. He's always been a very brave rider, very good in the wet, so you know that he's got good bike control, but for Mahendra, he's really adapted well this season.
Still only 19 years of age, so bright future ahead of him. Aldi Mahendra sits up in P2, the former Blue Crew rider. It is the AS Racing Blue Crew Yamaha team that Mahendra is flying the flag for here. Another new fastest lap of the race from Aldi Mahendra last time around. Another 10th of a second gained in on Alberto Arenas. And the pair of them now breaking away from Valentin DeBees, 1.2 seconds behind in 3rd.
Yeah, we said that Aldi might be the ideal rear gunner for Arenas. Well, he's trying to tear that script up because he's breaking away from everyone else and put this teammate under pressure. Chamonchu
in a little bit late there into turn 4 on Tom Muthemos, but bailed out of it, lives to fight another day, still in 5th position.
Yeah, for Chan into 4, it's one of those places where if you get alongside a rider, you can force them to cede the position just by releasing the brake, but Chan wasn't quite close enough to do that. Just for DeBees, you can see again they're just sliding on the entry into that corner and then a big bobble when he gets on the gas. He's trying to take that wide line on the entry to focus on the exit, but that bike just snapping around a little bit too much for him at this stage.
Not quick at the moment, is he? He's backing up Muthemos. Onshu's now lost the position because he got held up behind Muthemos. It killed his momentum and Masia got through. Onshu back around the outside of him, boldly off the exit of Tremonto. Now to the inside of Masia to make his move confirmed and consolidated for 5th position. Urkel out wide over the curve further back there, beginning to spread out now in this lead group. As Muthemos runs wide, and that's DeBees losing 3rd position. So you'd assume that Muthemos was in hot because DeBees was in hot ahead of him and has lost that final step on the podium.
Similar to what we saw in yesterday's race, in the early stages, DeBees had the win until the race came back to him a little bit, and the step forward that so many other riders have made into the Sunday race looks like it's more significant than what the ZX rider has.
Yeah, DeBees can't afford to be too far back from Arenas by the time the race does come to him, as Alberto Arenas sets a new personal best lap on lap number 4. That was nice from DeBees, carrying his momentum around the outside of turn 1, knowing it would give him the inside for turn 2. He takes track position, and here comes Onshu trying to recover that 5th place against Jaume Masia. But look at the train of riders DeBees has now got right behind him. 1 second covering DeBees in 4th, all the way down to Farioli in 10th.
Yeah, DeBees was down in the 39s last time around, about a second and a half slower than the pace you want to see at this stage. Obviously that mistake cost him a lot of time, but it's cost him time and it's cost him places now, and Chan needs to make the move quickly so that you're able to try and chase after the riders in front. But DeBees, again, you can see that rear end just snapping around as he gets down the gears and is able to enter into the corner.
Well, Muthemos is gone. Amos is a second up the road already from Debise. He is just not quick enough at the front of this group.
And for Tom Amos, 2 personal bests in the first 2 sectors. That's why he's opened the gap. It's because he's been released and is able to show his true pace now as well.
Yeah, and it's the same pace as the leaders, isn't it? Matching the pace of Arenas and Mahendra through the first 2 sectors of this lap number 5. Mahendra again chipping away at the lead at the front. 10 faster than Arenas in sector 2 of this lap. Arenas trying to answer back with a new personal best in sector 3, but the gap less than half a second now between the 2 race leaders.
Aldi might well be the latest in that line of rivals that have come through from the 300 class into the Super Sport class, and sometimes it takes a bit of time to adapt to these bikes. I think for someone like Manuel Gonzalez, it took him a little bit of time whenever he had his rookie season on the Kawasaki in Super Sport. For Huertas, obviously, he was able to win a Super Sport World Championship. That's what Aldi needs to do, and he's got a real chance in this one. Again, a quarter of a second faster than the race leader.
Another new fastest lap of the race, a 1:37.5 from Mahendra, a 1:37.74 for Arenas. So a quarter of a second faster, the gap's 2/10. It's less than that now at the start of this lap number 6 for the race lead, as Onshu decides it's now or never and abuses Debise there, forces him out of the way, and Massier is passed as well. But your next scrap is for the race lead, just 3/10 of a second between the two.
Yeah, and for Chan, he needed to make that move because the gap, a second and a half out to Booth Amos. He needs to get the head down time trial through this stage of the race. We saw in the end of yesterday's race, he really did struggle as Debise just continues just to plummet down the field now. He's just got no pace whatsoever.
Still can't get the bike stopped into turn 8. That's a few laps in a row, and this time it's Casadei that comes through on him for 6th position. Debise in 7th, now looking vulnerable to Ertl, Ferrari, Farioli, Zaccone, all of that group to round out the top 11.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it's all the way down to Zaccone at 5 points on offer, potentially for Debise when Arenas is out in front. And you can see in this train, just they're all dragging each other along as well. So we'll see what the gaps are up towards the podium positions as well. It had been 1.3 seconds at the start of this lap. Onshu, we saw in yesterday's race, not quite with the speed that he would have wanted, but we'll see if he's able to bring this group back.
Yeah, this is looking more like the Aragon Debise and ZX Moto than the Race 1 ZX Moto at Debise, isn't it? He is struggling here as we come into lap number 7. Arenas answering back on Mahendra at the front of the field with a new personal best for the World Championship leader. Debise just about holding on to 7th against Philip Ertl there into turn 1 on lap 7.
And this is where the really hot conditions, 34 degrees, make it very difficult. As we said earlier, the ZX, maybe the cooling on the bearing causes a little bit of a problem in these high temperatures. It's a bike that is designed almost to be a race bike. It's a proper old school special machine, and for Debise maybe it's just putting him a little bit too close to the limit right now.
Only consolation for him is that Chan Onshu seems to be struggling as well. He's losing half a second a lap on the 3 ahead, so barring incident at the front, you should have your podium trio. But Onshu holding back the pace too, and that's keeping Debise in the mix.
Yeah, and for Debise, a little bit like in yesterday's race, he'll need to wait for the race to come back to him, but this is where he needs to consolidate things and try and figure out a way in the second third of the race to be able to bring himself back to the front of the group.
Lap 7 of 18 then, 3/10 between Arenas and Mahendra. This is Chan Onshu. He's 2 seconds down now on Tom Booth Amos, and Tom Booth Amos taking ultimately too long to get into 3rd place, because although he's pretty much matching the pace of Mahendra ahead of him, he's already 2 seconds behind the podium trio as well. Although I wonder whether Mahendra's made a mistake there, because he has visibly dropped back from Alberto Arenas, and Tom Booth Amos making a big chunk on him in that sector 3.
Yeah, he lost 8/10 of a second in the 3rd sector, and this is why he just runs out wide through turns 12 and 13 up in towards the end of the sector, and that's the difference between being able to win races and just having to settle the podium. Mistakes like that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Mahendra. It's great news if you're Alberto Arenas, because at the moment Valentin Debise, his closest championship rival, is down in 7th, and the gap in the series standings overall would open to 54 points to his nearest rival, and Arenas would have a full round in hand for the first time this season. He leads the way ahead of his teammate Mahendra by 1.5 seconds. Booth Amos will have probably felt that's a bit of a hurry up. That's an opportunity for him to gain an extra place. He's already got that 3rd position well and truly settled, 2.3 ahead of this man Chan Onshu, still fending off the train. Onshu, Massier, Casadei, Debise, Ertl, Ferrari, Farioli, Zaccone in that order, and Ollie Bayless even beginning to close on the rest of them, bringing the following train with him as well. As Onshu holds Dema's off Massier, leaves the door open. Every lap around, Casadei is taking that tighter line through turns 9 and 10, but can't find his way through.
Yeah, we'll see if Casadei is able to find something. Obviously, still very early in the race. Might well be a case where he wants to follow Massier because Jaume might be pretty likely to come through Channel 2.
Well, I did say at the top of the programme that these riders all had similar pace to one another, and because they've started in similar places to one another, they're all knocking spots off one another. The exception is Valentin Debise, who obviously has fallen from grace compared to his excellent race 1 victory. And now we just wait to see whether Debise can salvage something from this race, because it's looking so good at the moment for Arenas before we go into our 3-weekend break.
Yeah, and for Albert, obviously going into the summer break, he wants to make sure that after Donington he's got that opportunity to control things in those final rounds of the year.
Here goes Jaume Massier at last making his move again on Channel 2 as Debise lunges from way back on Casadei, who keeps up his momentum around the outside to give him the inside now for turn 3. It is a brilliant race circuit here in Misano.
Yeah, one corner leads into the next, but you've got so many different ways.
Oh, as on-tune proves your point.
Casadei gets ready to show as well.
Beautiful stuff from these riders. They're costing one another time, but it's irrelevant because they're 3 seconds behind Demos. They know they're not going to be on the podium here this afternoon. They're racing for a damage limitation ride and a maximum of 4th position, barring incident ahead. Casadei again keeps showing the front wheel to Massier without ever really committing fully to making a move.
Yeah, not just yet for Casadei on his Ducati, and he's been able to give himself those opportunities. Let's see if they're in towards turn 10 he can make that move, stick hold the tight line through 9, and that opens up turn 10 to take the high ground. But you can see that Aldi Mahendra just really dropping off that pace and bringing himself closer and closer to good name. Good ride from Tom. He's running very consistent pace within a few tenths of a second his fastest lap each time.
Still good for Mahendra to be on the podium, isn't it? Because his pace is actually still faster than Onchu, Casadei and the rest of this group. So as long as Mahendra doesn't lose too much time if and when Tom Demos gets through, he should still be able to hold on for a rostrum spot as long as the tyres don't fade anymore from here on in. Your closest battle is for second, a tenth of a second now between Aldi Mahendra and Tom Demos as they make their way down the start-finish straight and in towards turn number 1 to start lap 10. Mahendra holds on for the moment at least.
Yeah, Aldi's still able to hold on to that spot, but again, another mid-38 last time around at the mid-second slower than his fastest lap.
Mahendra then 2 seconds back from Alberto Arenas, who's got this race at his mercy. This is the closest Tom Demos has been to making his move on Aldi Mahendra through turn 4. And on the exit now, Rio has made that pass successfully. Demos up into second position.
And this is where Aldi just needs to go with Tom and just, as you can see for Tom there, just stick with me. That's what Aldi needs to do, because much as you want to try and attack back and get that extra position, if you fight with each other, you lose that time towards Channel 2 and the rest of the pack. It needs to be mature now and just settle in for a podium.
Debise again hops into La Quercia. He can't get it stopped through there. Ferrari now up into 7th position as Debise's tumble through the field continues. And how about this from Mattia Casadei, specialist here in Misano, of course. He was born in Rimini, 3-time race winner here in Moto E, putting manners on Chan On-Chu, who's now relegated down to 5th position on lap 10.
Yeah, and for Chan, we'll see if he's able to carry the speed through the fast right and set something up into 14, but Casadei very aware of what he needs to do to be able to try and keep us up.
Tom Demos only just in front of Aldi Mahendra as Massier puts in his move from way back there on On-Chu. It's going to open the door to Ferrari. Oh, they're going to go 3 abreast through the left-hander. This is going to be tight at turns 15 and 16. On-Chu settles in behind Massier, holds on ahead of Ferrari, and Debise is there waiting to pick up the pieces in 8th. Problem for Debise is he's got company from behind as well. Farioli, Urkel, and I did say that Ollie Bayliss at one stage was 1.5 seconds behind the group in front. He's now right with them. This train goes all the way back to the end of the points.
Coming up towards the final third of the race, and you can see for Debise just under that constant stream of pressure, and it's always just something new that's attacking him as well. Farioli, he senses the opportunity for the result down into 4 once again. Debise just hung out to dry.
2 seconds from 5th to 15th, Steve. This is absolutely incredible. Massier at the moment holding P5. He's dropped 4/10 of a second back from Casadei, who's having a great race here.
Not 5th to 15th, 5th to out of the points in 16th with Roberto Garcia as well. So this is where you've got those opportunities where you could lose so many points and it can be such a costly day for a contender.
And here you see Johnny Alcoba. He's now up into 11th place. He's got through on Ollie Bayliss, and Bayliss under pressure from Jespersen. Then it's Egerter and Garcia rounding out your points.
Jeremy's always a rider that gets stronger on that Kawasaki as the race goes on and manages the tyre well, so he's going to feel that there's more than enough opportunity to get himself up into the top 8.
Imagine being 16th and being 2.5 seconds from 4th place. Absolutely astonishing train. It's like a sport bike race, this almost, as we watch Casadei having been reeled back in by Jaume Masia. This is where the group starts to fracture, because Masia has pulled Onchu and Ferrari with him onto the tail of Casadei, and Farioli hasn't been able to pick up the pace as he is now passed by Valentin de Bees for 8th position. De Bees needs to get after this 4 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately for De Bees, he's got that margin now between himself and Ferrari, and then does he have the pace to be able to keep the riders behind them and close down that gap? Last time around De Bees into the 39s again, and that's no pace at all right now.
A second behind now with Farioli, Alcoba, Erkel, Bayliss, all with the opportunity to cost De Bees further places and points in the context of the World Championship. 5 made up yesterday, a whole lot more than that about to be lost here for Valentin de Bees as Onchu again punts his way through on Casadei, and in a matter of a few turns, Casadei has gone from 4th down to 7th.
Yeah, Casadei looked like he got mugged into turn 1, and then that cost him momentum, and that's actually brought De Bees back into that lead.
Your race leader, Alberto Rennes, on the Yamaha, 2nd for the Triumph of Tom Bouthemos, 4th for the Ducati of Jaume Masia, and 9th for the Kawasaki of Jeremy Alcoba. He's now through on Filippo Farioli. Next in line for him to attack is Valentin de Bees, and we know how well Alcoba can so often perform in the final third of races.
Yeah, Jeremy's a really solid race rider that's able to manage things on that Kawasaki, and he's going to have an opportunity to come through on more than just De Bees. He might well be able to pick off a few riders ahead of him as well.
Yep, started in 19th position, currently on a run of 17 consecutive scoring rides, Jeremy Alcoba, which is something to on the Kawasaki. It was only 2 points for 14th yesterday, looking to get back up into the top 10. He's been in the top 10 at every previous round this season, at least one of the 2 races. As we watch him there, just in the green bike, lurking behind Valentin de Bees. At the moment, Alcoba is 9th, Farioli is 10th. Ahead of De Bees, it's Casadei in 7th. So the group has all come back together. The one exception is Jaume Masia, who has now opened up 8/10 of a second after getting clear on Chan Onchu. So that's important for Masia.
Yeah, for Jaume, it's one of those situations as well where he'll be keeping himself aware of where the riders are behind them, because for Matteo Ferrari, we saw into turn 4 yesterday, he made that move for the birthday. Might well try something on Onchu.
Here goes Ferrari through, and Casadei, that was late, but he knew there was enough space, and Onchu loses 2 spots in one go, and it is the risk of this close pack racing as deep into the race as the 2/3 distance.
Yeah, and certainly for that group, they know that all it takes is to be pushed out right one corner, and suddenly we lose a lot of position. So for Ferrari and Casadei, good opportunities to be able to come away with a top 5 finish.
Again, De Bees sliding his way into La Quercia. He can't get the bike stopped, and he's passed by Jeremy Alcoba, and Alcoba's around the outside here of Chan Onchu as well. They go 3 abreast, and De Bees said, you know what, I'm going to nick it back. Shortest route around, but it'll carry him wide on the exit of Tremonto. The only consolation will be the momentum that he will now carry towards Curvone, with the opportunity to respond on the Kawasaki for that 8th position. Alcoba has other ideas, pulls alongside Chan Onchu. Beautifully worked there from Jeremy Alcoba, and he's now up into 7th.
Yeah, Jeremy's been able to do a really good job throughout the course of this season in being able to get himself stronger as the race progresses, and he certainly looks to see what he can do on a different bike as well, where there's maybe more of them out there in the field, because it's hard to know just how good of a job he's doing on that Kawasaki when there's only himself and Dominic Aguilar out there on it.
Yeah, and to be fair, Egerton's doing a good job of starting to make his progress as well. He's come from 16th position, is now up into 12th ahead of Ollie Bayliss. Next for Egerton to try and attack is one of his old sparring partners, Philip Ertel. Of course, both had time out of the Super Sport class in the Superbike World Championship, and both have come back to find just how high the level is. Lap 14 of 18, to 11th and Egerton 12th at present. But we're watching Jeremy Alcoba, who is now trying to make ground on Matteo Ferrari and Mattia Casadei, 2 of our Misano track specialists and local heroes, running 5th and 6th at present.
Yeah, really good effort from those 2 Italians, and Alcoba better half a second to make up on them, so he needs to get the countdown to do it.
And still Andy Mahenda Mahindra right with Tom Booth-Amos as well. We thought Booth-Amos came through, he might escape away, but no, Mahindra's consolidated his pace really well, less than a tenth of a second behind him, as deep as lap 14.
Yeah, and ultimately for Booth-Amos, you don't want to have it where you've got that rider behind you as well in those closing stages, because Aldi will try and make a move. But just looking in that group as well, I think Bayless made a mistake in turn 8, and he's dropped outside points.
Yeah, shame for Ollie Bayless. He ran wide at Lequercia and is now down 17th position as Luca Myers comes through on him. This is the gap, Tom Booth-Amos to Aldi Mahindra. It's not come down by a lot, fractions of a second, hundredths here and hundredths there, but it's enough to keep Mahindra in with a hope of recovering that second place to make it an AS Racing Yamaha 1-2. As Valentin de Biege tries to pick up the pieces against Filippo Farioli with Channel Chu behind him in 10th.
You want to see the difference that battling makes. Look at John Massey at the front of this group. He's got his head down and he's half a second, 6/10 of a second a lap faster than today. And that's why he's got a pretty lonely race to finish it off in the fourth spot.
Yeah, he's not going to get to the podium from 3.4 seconds back, but also doesn't look like being caught by this group of Ferrari, Casadei, Alcoba. Alcoba with another new personal best lap. Fastest man on the circuit on that lap 14. He's coming for them as we see Philip Erpel running off at turns 1 and 2. He's got to make sure he loses the requisite time, and that's going to cost him several positions potentially here.
He's going to drop all the way down towards the back of that group, and a little bit of work to be done in the final 3.5 laps. But Jeremy Alcoba, let's see if he can make light work with the Ducatis as well, because he's just after setting his personal best last time around.
Well, he was going inside them, he was going outside them to get up as high as 7th position. And the challenge for the two of them in front of him is that they're fighting one another. Casadei through on Ferrari for 5th position at turn 8, and Alcoba, who set new personal best sectors in sectors 2 and 3 on lap 14. The new personal best is now right with them nose to tail. He's got to pick his way carefully through these two though while they're battling with one another.
Yeah, he needs to just come through as quickly as possible though and let them fight with each other and take advantage of that situation. It might be where probably in towards turn 4, somewhere like that, you're able to try and get a bit of a run on them. It looks like in the faster section at the end of the lap, Ducati's just having that little bit more underneath them, but Alcoba's bike looks really stable, which will allow him to set up a few moves.
Yeah, so here we are with 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Casadei, Ferrari and Alcoba. Back to the battle for second, because Aldi Mahindra is going nowhere here. He is right on the tail of Tom Booth-Amos, less than a tenth of a second between them as they cross the line to start lap 16 with 3 to go.
Yeah, Mahindra, he's done so well in this race. We saw him make a fast start and put himself up into the battle for the lead, and then he's been able to consolidate his pace, and he's going to keep Tom Booth-Amos on all the way through this one. And I think he'll probably put a little bit of money on being Mahindra and come his way second, because he'll try and make a move.
Brief word for Dominic Egerter. He's now up to 11th place. He's just passed Simon Jespersen. You can see him there on the tail of Farioli and Onchu now. And when you think that de Biese and Onchu are supposed to be championship contenders, and Dominic Egerter's down in 17th in the world standings at present, they shouldn't really find themselves covered by less than a second.
Yeah, for Domi, he was a second a lap off the pace in yesterday's race, so he's made a good step forward as well compared to where he was.
Farioli getting in hot there, trying to get under Valentin de Biese, was probably waiting for a mistake from the number 53, but the ZX Moto holding on to it this time around. Alcoba, quickly as he has broken away from de Biese behind, has not been able to find a way through yet on either Casadei or Ferrari.
Again, this is where, like, whatever about de Biese and his potential in this race, he's still able to give himself a chance of an 8th place finish and comfortably ahead of the next ZX Moto in the race with Kara Kasulo outside the point. For Chan Onchu, this is one where, for him and for Tenkate, they need to assess what's going wrong, because they just haven't been able to get to the front of the group and break away from under pressure, and you ultimately have 2 Yamahas up there in the podium, so the bike is capable of it.
They'll be scratching their heads though, won't they, ZX Moto, after this, because how do you go from you know, an impressive last lap pass to win in race 1 to then struggling down in 8th position, 11 seconds behind the same rider you beat just 24 hours earlier?
Yeah, and that's one of the big things about in races like this. Obviously, you can't stay in the pack, and you lose too much momentum, and you have to just approach the race very differently. So for ZX, obviously, for them, the Aeroboss team, they're going to have some big discussions about it.
Simon Jespersen dumping down the inside of Dominic Egerter in towards turn 2, and that's cost Domi 2 places, because Jespersen gets through and so does Garcia as well. So that's a shame for Egerter, just as he was looking like he might be able to challenge for a place inside the top 10. And Egerter has only had that one top 10 finish so far this season, race 1 of the Dutch round back in April. Still his teammate Jeremy Alcoba working as hard as he can on the tail of Casadei and Ferrari, but as soon as he's gone onto the back of them, he's had to run their pace. They go side by side now for 5th position. Casadei holding on ahead of Ferrari. Can Alcoba cut back to the inside? No, they've both covered the line.
Yeah, trying to take that inside line there. So Jeremy, you can see he's just in the pocket right now to make sure that if the Italians do something in front of him, he's able to put his bike where it needs to be. But a lap and a half to go. We'll see what they're like through this section. He's good on the run up towards turn 11 though. So maybe that's the spot where Alcoba might be able to use that tool to set them up.
Yeah, looked over his shoulder coming off turn 10, didn't he, Alcoba? He wants to see if there's anyone close enough to capitalise if he takes a risk, and he's going to take that risk now. It's turn 14. Caro on lap 17, the penultimate lap of the race. Perfectly timed to set him up now to challenge for that 5th place.
His bike was really good through the fast right-handers, was really stable when he got on the brakes. Even though he was on the angle as he pushed the bike away from him, you could see just how much comfort he had. Alcoba, he'll definitely think that he's going to have a shot on Casadei, maybe as early as turn 4 again, but losing a bit of momentum there in turn 1, but you can get that back through turn 2.
Yeah, loses a little bit of ground through the first 2 turns, as you say. Ferrari not quite close enough to capitalise, so it is Alcoba in 6th position. He's not going to be close enough to strike for 5th, and he's got in very close to the tail of Casadei and does well to gather it up on the racing line.
Really well there to collect that, and that means that down into turn 8 is going to be probably a little bit too far back. We've seen that he was strong into turn 9 though, and to be able to take that tight line into turn.
He's a lot faster than Casadei, isn't he? As Jespersen throws up slightly a little bit further back from 11th place.
We saw on the previous lap that the run from 10 to 11 was able to pull back a few bike lengths. If he doesn't make the move now into the right-hander, he'll try to get that.
So Jeremy Alcoba's got to cover off Matteo Ferrari behind him whilst attacking Mattia Casadei ahead of him. This has been the fight in the final third of this race since Alcoba brilliantly fought his way through and up into 6th position now, with Mattia Casadei right in front of him. They'll come through these decreasing radius turns. Alcoba will duck to the inside early. Casadei holds the line. Alcoba will have one more shot here in towards turn 14. He will make the lunge as he did against Matteo Ferrari a lap ago. He's got it stopped, but Casadei pulls back alongside him. Bit of a moment for Casadei as he opens the gas, and Alcoba comes through for a brilliantly taken 5th position on the final lap. Alberto Arenas, after 3 consecutive second places, finally gets his 3rd win of the season on the board. Tom Bouthamos with the best performance we've seen from him this season, 2nd place, and Aldi Mahendra with his 3rd dry weather podium takes 3rd. Jaume Masia in 4th, an isolated 4th, and what a ride from Jeremy Alcoba, providing brilliant entertainment in the final 3rd there. Beats Matteo Casadei and Matteo Ferrari for 5th place.
Jeremy celebrating that like he's the race winner, and the reason for that is his first top 5 finish since the Balaton Park round, and for Jeremy we were able to see in that race he had to come through that big group, and he made constant progress, did a really good job. But when he started the show, Aldi Mahendra, what a race from Aldi to be able to come away with a dry weather podium here at his team's home round, and he's been able to deliver.
When we look back at this round at the end of the season, I think this is going to be one of the defining moments of the campaign. Arenas took 38 points out over Valentin Debise at the opening round of the season, the opening round of the 2nd half of the campaign, as it were, and a big result in race 2 for him this afternoon. Finally gets the monkey off his back after 2 winless rounds, even though he's had 3 podiums in the 4 previous races in Most and Aragon. He gets the race victory, start to finish there, commanding win as well, 10 seconds up the road from his main championship rival Valentin Debise, who struggles home in 8th, just where he finished the 2 races in Aragon a fortnight ago.
And that's the key thing. This might well be one of those pivotal rounds, but it's the pivotal 2 rounds, back-to-back rounds of what we had in Aragon and then this round in Misano, because ultimately if you have 3 8th place finishes, you're going to struggle over the course of a full season to be world champion in the Supersport class now. You're up against a rider like Arenas, and for Debise, there's obviously going to be reasons for it, but ultimately it's a lot of points left at the table when you're up against someone like Arenas that's been able to come away with 4 podiums and ultimately 3 second place finishes and a race win, so you just give up so much more.
Credit again to Aldi Mahendra. I said it already, he was a podium finisher in race 2 of the Australian round, but the conditions were tricky that weekend and he bolted on the right tyres and flew away in the opening lap. this was a very different type of race and a kind of coming-of-age ride, you almost feel, for Aldi Mahendra in what is his last race before his 20th birthday later this month.
Yeah, and for Aldi, he's done such a good job over the course of this season, and working with the ARS Racing team. It's a team with Quadranti and the rest of the guys inside the garage. They've been able to do a really good job of maximising what they have with Mahendra. Obviously, there's a lot of support there from Yamaha for him as well, but this is a weekend that was a little bit tougher for Aldi. The last few rounds he qualified on the third row of the grid. This week he qualified a little bit further down the field than he would have expected, but he's been able to come away with good results across the board, and just being able to set one of those fastest laps of the race in yesterday's race, put him on the third row of the grid, and then he was able to take advantage of it, made very swift progress to be up into the podium positions, and put some pressure on his teammate Rins.
Weird old race in many respects for Supersport, wasn't it? Partly because we had the breakaway race leader, race winner. But I wonder whether, you know, the goings-on further back, was that about struggling to keep the tyre life? Was it about the track temperatures? Was it a mixture of both?
I'd imagine it was a little bit of everything, but I think that for the ZX Moto, we'll have to wait and see what the reasons for their problems were. But once you get into a fight, you're in the middle of a scrap, and once it's got so many riders in it, it really is difficult to break away from it.
Aldi Mahendra making his way back in superb performance, as we've been saying. Doesn't come out of nowhere, because he was 4th in race 2 in Most, 6th and 5th in the 2 races in Aragon. It's not his first podium, it is his second in what is his 30th Supersport start now.
Underneath his teammate as we head towards
his 2024
playing beautifully into the hands of Lewis Hamilton and Ferrari if they start squabbling. Mercedes surely have to make a call at some point. They'll have to stay out to try and fight with the Ferrari of Hamilton, but their 2 drivers both want the victory. Kimi Antonelli